How about
And
this?
once you choose audio, oh, I can hear you.
Yay.
uh, there we are. I can hear the echoing. You can close your stream on Discord now.
Okay, then...
Oh. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear us? Now, where is chat? Do you have a chat source? Do you want to figure that out today or not?
I shall figure that out today.
Alright. So, do you remember what you used last time for the chat? Or, I guess in your OBS you should have a browser source that is the Twitch
Yeah,
chat.
it's there. It's just not showing anything.
If you click it, does it show you like a red box of where it is?
Yes, there. I have a red box. It just that there's nothing in the red box.
If you click on the item in the sources, double click it. What does the URL say?
The URL streamlabs.com/widget/chatbox/v1/ a whole bunch of numbers.
Right, that sounds correct. But I guess you'll have to go to your Streamlabs to troubleshoot it.
Okay, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no Twitch chat. No, in that case you can hide the black bar. That's the Twitch chat. That's there originally for the Twitch chat. You probably don't want that blocking the instructions.
Okay.
Sorry everyone, no Twitch chat today. We will figure that out before next time, hopefully.
Okay. Chat, can you hear the game music? Okay, good.
Yep.
Then we might be ready.
Also, they're saying there's quite a bit of background noise. Do you want to figure out how to get rid of that or nah?
Let's let's figure out how to get rid of that to make the stream watchable.
That would be where's the audio source? Do I just have
Okay, I turned up Bist's volume on my end. But okay, then yeah, the reason there's no background noise
all
is
right?
because my audio mixer is changing. Okay.
Right, so you see in the audio mixer, you should have a mic aux, right?
I do not have a mic aux in the audio mixer. All it has is this
What do you have?
in audio input capture pulse audio.
All right, well that one, whatever single audio source you have, you can go inside, go to, you can click the three dots, go to filters, and add plus, and add a noise suppression filter.
Okay, done that. Okay, I've added a noise suppression filter. Is it working for
Yeah,
chat?
basically the noise is dead. Yep, they're saying much better. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like we're good to go. No game audio now, though. But. Alright. What? It seems to think the game isn't noise. You may have to have. You may. Let's see. The application audio output capture from the in-ear sources.
Okay.
That should work. And it should be able to be set to Opus Magnum. Oh, they're saying the noise suppression is too. Actually, you know what? Try removing all the audio things you added in the sources.
Okay. The only.
And then in the what are all these sources of mine? Just
Yep. Chat, I do see that I had it before. It was like recording directly from my speakers, I think.
yeah. So have your audio input capture and instead make it like choose the device that's not yours. Okay. Choose your device and choose choose your microphone. Oh, there. I hear the static. Is this your microphone? Testing. Can I hear myself? Yes. Okay, what device is is it telling you that it's taking this from right now?
It says it's taking it from my microphone.
That is weird. Must be some Linux shit I don't understand.
Yeah. Look, the only devices are default, my microphone, and my speakers. That is it. It doesn't have a separate go to a specific program.
All right. It seems like people are saying it's okay like this. We'll keep it as is. I'll try to figure things out for you next time. All right.
Well, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a chair and I don't have noise suppression. If I turn on noise suppression, you guys are going to complain. It's just what it is.
Yeah. Oh, and we get to keep the ambient snow sounds. Let's go. It's snow time. Yay! Alright, let's start the stream for real now. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the results stream for the first week of the Opus Magnum Tournament 2026. I anticipated there would be a few more submitters when I decided to host this tournament because the release of the DLC would generate a little bit of hype. Goodbye Galaxy also generated some hype just before the tournament started. So, the new prediction was that we would have even more submitters, like maybe like 90 of them. We had a few extra. It's 154 submitters to this tournament.
One of this person only submitted for show. How many people only submitted for showcase? Let's see. Last place in area is 150. Oh, 154. Yeah. You can continue. Ah, shit. Sorry, but.
I'm adjusting your audio on my end.
I can also speak closer to the microphone. Does that help?
So as mentioned in the events chat in the Discord channel, I cannot show off all 154 solutions for each metric. Well, there were a few less for trackless instructions because some people only submitted for area, but you get what I mean.
Trackless is 129.
Yes. So we will only be doing the top 50 solutions in this stream. We're also going to show the showcases. Yes, series. So, I'm going to present the 50th solution for...
wait, you want to introduce the puzzle first?
Oh, sure.
Like, just the puzzle in general, yeah.
Yeah, so this is... Yeah. This is snow amputation. There's a bit of rationale for why I created this puzzle. The tournament has to do a bunch of different things and cover a bunch of different bases in what kind of puzzles the community will be solving. So I wanted to not miss all of those and also throw in a few twists that we haven't seen in a while. One of them was that I wanted to do a limited parts puzzle. Normally in Opus Magnum, for every single puzzle, you will get the glyph of bonding, the glyph of multi-bonding, the glyph of calcification, and the glyph of unbonding. Another thing I wanted to do was have a twist on the formula for good area puzzles, where you make a big McLarge huge product with a hole in it. I thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if the reagent had a hole in it this time? And putting those ideas together, I got snow amputation, and because of the lack of bonders, it was also pretty good for trackless instructions, because there is an infamous technique in trackless instructions optimization where you use bonders to just like make a conveyor belt of waste and toss it away. It's called the slappy stick. So this forces you to like actually solve the puzzle, Lamau.
Solve the puzzle for real
Yeah.
now.
I was pretty excited when I came up with this, and that is why it's week 1. Anyway,
I see some people saying I'm so quiet, so I'm just gonna put my microphone right in front of me. Hopefully that'll be better.
and I'm gonna turn you up to 200%.
All right. So, shall we begin?
We shall. I am just finagling on my scripts and stuff. Okay, let's see if this works.
You're gonna have to go inside into a new solution 1 and then press F10.
Okay.
Thanks, Heath, for that solution you see right there.
Okay, so we are starting with 26 area, 1060 cycles, and 75 gilder. If your solution...
That's not the 50th I see.
The what? It's definitely the 50th I see on my...
One moment.
Okay.
Did you download the solutions?
Yes, I did.
I seem to have a few more solutions on my end than yours.
Okay, yours...
What's your last place?
My last place is Heave with 143.
Yeah, you seem to have a few less solutions.
Oh my god, okay. Chat, we'll be
Did
back.
you replace the data CS file? Did you replace the data.csv file?
Yes, I did. I fucking did. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting frustrated.
It's okay, it's okay.
Oh my god,
What's
okay.
with that?
That will be...
Did you replace the data.csv file?
Yes, I did. I fucking did. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, because I downloaded directly from the website, put it in, and I'm still getting 143 as the is the last solution.
you check how many lines are in your data.csv?
Okay, the line dots, the CSV has 544 in it.
Have you refreshed the admin page before re-downloading?
Okay. Okay.
If it's still an issue, I can just send you my .zip and that will have the correct files for sure.
Just send me your zip.
Alright.
CSV has 544. Okay, even with what you downloaded, I'm still getting the same thing. Maybe I have the wrong version of the solution swapper. I don't know.
Wait, are you telling me data.csv still only has 500 solutions? 540 solutions?
It has 601. Oh, okay, I think I see what's happening.
Well, what's happening?
I have like a duplicate of the CSV and my version of the script is pointing to the wrong one. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, it's fixed now. Oh my goodness.
It's okay. It happens. Especially if you're using someone else's code. That is the correct 50th place. Hello, Vilbug. We can begin. Are you saying anything, by the way, Kazuya?
Nope, I am letting it play out and letting the chat watch the funny marbles do the thing while I cool off.
Alright. I was making sure.
Yes, chat correctly observes hole in the middle. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. Chat, I can't make Bist any louder. She's already at 200% on Discord.
I'm going to speak as close to the microphone as possible, and I'm going to hope that helps.
I can move one of my speakers closer to my microphone because that's how jank this setup is.
Oh boy.
I thought it was working last night, but it is so not working. Yes, I can turn down the music. It's F9 to go forward, right?
Will we be talking about the sauce, by the way?
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to talk about the solutions, but I need to make this actually work.
It's showing Philfook's solution right now, right?
Yeah, how do I move ahead to solution number 49? I'm pressing F9 and nothing is happening.
You have to press F10 again to load it in this puzzle.
Oh, I see what happened. The script is seg faulted, and now if I press F9, it should work again.
Why has the script seg faulted? Why would the script?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Boy.
Anyway, here's Darkbrick's solution at number 49.
Oh, wait, so we're not gonna talk about the 50th?
Hey.
Thanks, Arm 2.
we can talk about Arm 50, okay? We can. Yes, Nightcap. We're only displaying top 50. Okay, let's try this again. This one is Vilfuck's solution. We just. That's not what you're supposed to do.
That crashed Opus Magnum. You've got this, Kazia.
Okay. I'm just gonna let this play out a little, and then we will move on to Darkbrick solution. You can see the triangle track strategy in order to be able to dodge and also reach everything.
Do you need me to read the notes for you? Or are we not reading notes today?
Oh, right, there are notes.
Yeah.
Vilfuck says, I especially like that I get to use a special 26-day blinding soup technique. Also note that the top piston is redundant, but it saves a few cycles. 1 day blinding soup is... 1 day blinding soup is a meme that's been going around.
But yeah, I assume the top arm is it doesn't actually need to be there for the solution to solve, but it's area that's used anyways, and well, sweep through anyways when the input is pivoting. So it's there, so yeah, it helps speed along the solution faster. And an important thing to note about a solution like this, which is sort of crystal theory, even though this is the other way around, is that there are certain pivots that arm 1 is doing here that will use the least area as little area as possible, and that's what these solutions are doing. If you're here and your solution is about 10 more area than this, and you're wondering how do you even get to this point, I can explain that when we do our over 50 stream tomorrow. More of the intricate area theory.
Anyway, now we are seeing dark brick solution. There are no notes.
Arm on the left, that's just parting.
Yeah, instructions are not a tertiary for this puzzle, so you can have party arms.
What's up with the dancing? Because Dark Brick decided that arm 2 should be dancing when it doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah. So loosely speaking, there are 3 kinds of bonds in the snowflake. The ones in the center, and then 2 different directions of the ones on the tips. When you have a single debonder, you have to figure out how to unbond all 3 of those with the same geometry.
Yeah. What this solve does is it kind of just debonds all of the bonds in one direction first, and then it slowly deals with all the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see, in the beginning, it's just doing a bunch of pivot and pulls to debond all the... Which direction should we call that? The counterclockwise ones? I have no idea how to refer to the bonds. Call those the right side bonds. And there's 2 solutions to the dilemma that there's only of how to debond your input, and it's mostly you can choose to have one debonder and try to maneuver your input to be debonded that way, or you can actually fit 2 debonders into 26 area, which I'm sure we'll see 2 debonder solutions coming up eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, over here what we see is the 1 debonder method.
This is triple GOL's solution. There are no notes, nothing in the hole. Let's see how it goes.
Nothing in the hole, not even Critelli? Shame.
Nope. Nothing up here either.
Shame. Oh, I see where the Critelli is. It's in the observing from the corner position. Goodbye Galaxy would be proud. The anti-Critelliism position. I've always pronounced his name as GG Goal. I have no idea how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. The anti-Critellian. Critelli does not belong in the hole. Yeah, see, goodbye Galaxy there.
Yeah, this shares something with Dark Brick Solution in that while while it's taking care of one kind of bond, it also slips in a debonding of the center ring, just so that it's faster to peel off the first arm of the snowflake. Anyway, moving on.
This is a motif we'll see a lot. Yeah. Coming up, we will try to find out how each solution optimizes cycles and try to point that out, but I'll be honest, it's gonna be kind of difficult to tell between the solutions sometimes, so we might not always have something to say.
This time we do have something to say, though. 2 debonders.
Oh, I'm waiting for it to appear on the stream. 2 debonders! Two debonders means things are easier to debond, but it does also mean you have less access points, or less places to put your arms, so it does make things more difficult. Also, it means you're forced to debond the outer atoms first.
Yeah. Here it looks like Arm 2 is doing all the outputting of the atoms, while Arm 1 is doing the tumbling of the snowflake properly. So that's how this improves on GG Gull and Dark Brick's solutions. Though if you'll notice, there's some time where Arm 1 is just kind of waiting around.
And there's no actual much hand-off in this solution, so I suppose that does make things faster. Hands-off are slow. Having to drop and regrab it takes a cycle. And that adds up over 12 products that this solution has, this puzzle has.
Yeah. There are 12 products instead of the usual 6, because you should be taking apart 6 snowflakes. Same logic as litharge separation in the campaign.
So I guess for the most part, since most of these solutions are actually 2P, because one solution is 2 products, it ends up being similar.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the calculations, that one period is... It will run through 6 periods before solving, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Video Cake's notes say, been playing this game for a couple of days, and I'm pretty happy with this one. Improvement went 32 to 27 to 26 in area, and around 2,000 to 1,600 to 700 to current in cycle count. My guess is that min area is 25, because you probably need 2 arms and 2 debonders, but happy to be proven wrong. Also, why does arm 2 not collide with the molecule in the beginning? That tile is counted for area without the arm.
So, counting for area is defined by if it will collide with an atom in that position, but arms are smaller than atoms, so...
Yes.
Yeah. Also, for playing only a few days, you should be very proud of making top 50. Congrats, Video Cake.
Yeah, there are functionally 2 sizes of thing in Opus Magnum: arm bases and atoms.
Yeah. And arm bases are smaller, but area counts as if, an atom was there, and if it would collide with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why this thing happens the way it does.
Okay. So, moving right along. Avenged Ruler. Flat 600 cycles. This is an interesting idea up here.
Ooh. 2 arms, both 2 cracks on both sides. Does it use more than the area it's covering right now?
I mean, it has to. There we go. And up here too.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like the
refresh.
So it looks like the peeling takes a little bit longer, but it actually gets 2 kinds of bonds at the same in the same process. So it's pretty brisk.
Also, I suppose this is another good time to point out the importance of suppression in this puzzle. As you can see, some of the outputs are left to the very end, basically only for suppression reasons.
Yeah, suppression is when you still have an atom on top of the input hole, and a new input will only appear if there's nothing in the way.
Which is pretty vital for this puzzle if you're working at alpha area. Otherwise, this would be a pain of a puzzle to deal with if input suppression wasn't a thing.
There are no notes, so I'll move on to the next solution.
I see another new submitter. Hello? Is this the same solution?
A quick way to check if it's the same solution. Okay. Yeah, I saw for a second there the cycles were at 600, so I think this is the same solution. Just a moment. There we go, this is the new one.
Yeah, there it is. Whoa, 3 long track.
Okay, let's
I
see.
wonder if there's gonna be 3 arm solutions.
Yeah. Let's see Dankwart's idea. So, same deal as Avenged Ruler, taking care of 2 different kinds of bonds at once. But just doing it a little bit more efficiently.
I guess having 1 arm on a larger track is more efficient than having 2 arms on smaller tracks?
Yeah. In general, in area optimization, tracks let you do things more quickly because you have more flexibility to get things where they need to go. Sometimes tracks are
You don't need to...
Yeah, sometimes tracks are required, but not always. I'm sorry, chat, I don't know why there's any lag.
It might just be network issues. There really isn't any solution to... And it's either network or encoding issues. I don't know if there's really much of a solution to that.
I'm just gonna try closing some other stuff.
Yeah.
Dankwart says in the notes, I played Opus Magnum for 3 weeks now, 5 days of which were spent obsessing over this puzzle. First I got it 34, then 33, 32, 30, 29, 28, 27, and then 26. And then, fairly convinced I couldn't get it down, I tried to shave cycles. They shaved 22 total. I'm sure the number of cycles is still fairly high, even if I can't get it down further. But I don't think you can save more hex? You have an opening move that allows you to rotate the snowflake before translating it back to its starting position. Translating, then rotating is equivalent in area. Translate, rotate, translate technically saves some space, but then you cannot debond anything. Of all the valid opening moves, pivot, slide, push was the only one that allows you to fit the secondary arm in the shadow of that first move. Right? Right?
Pivot, slide, push. Can we see that pivot, slide, push again?
You sure can.
I'm curious what they mean exactly by the,
Pivot, slide, push, I think.
I'm watching this stream significantly like pivot, slide, push. Okay, I see. No, I see the pivot in the corner. That's not it. That's that's not the minimal way to do it. But, you know, we've seen the pivots on one of the center atoms, and you'll see it coming up much more. But yeah, that would be the optimal pivot. That pivot. The one on the water. Yeah, it's going to be significantly delayed. I'm not going to be watching the right pivot, but...
Yep.
The first pivot is definitely not area optimal. But we will see better.
I'm going to move on to the next emitter now. Panic. The notes say, no clue if this is even min primary, but I had fun with it.
Panic! Go back to 2D bonder solutions.
Yeah, 2D bonders let you deal with all of the bonds faster, so it has some advantages.
Now pushing the Cinco atom out of the way just to dodge the rotation seems very unfortunate.
Yeah,
That's a lot of cycles that could have been spent outputting instead, but instead it's just dodging the...
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Taking care of the single atoms first does get them off the board pretty expediently. That's nice.
Yeah, but sometimes the Cinco atoms outputs are kind of out of the way, especially that one in the middle right there. So it means that you have to kind of debond the whole thing, like at least halfway before you can debond it, before you can send the output into the single one in the middle.
Mm-hmm. I'm going
And
to...
having atoms on your board is a bad idea.
I'm going to move on to the next solution. We have Haxton.
Haxton? No, Haxton said he was, which Haxton did, which area, which primary did Haxton claim he was on?
I don't know. I think he said...
Let me go look back.
I think it was trackless instructions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we have a pretty clean disassembly method. It gets 2 of the 2 atom outputs done quickly. It's taking care of all 3 kinds of bonds. Oh no, it's only taking care of 2 kinds of bonds, but the third is preserved in the 2 atom outputs, so it works out to get them off the board very quickly. Both arms have flexibility, so the atoms can be handled without too much tossing and turning.
That's the main advantage I see with the one bonder solutions is that you have a lot more space for your tracks and arms, and that does mean you get to go way faster.
Yeah, the main reason area takes so many freaking cycles is because you don't have enough space to do anything. But if you give yourself more space to do stuff, it will take less time. It's
But sometimes it's you go.
it seems like a silly way to phrase that, but that's just like how it works.
Sometimes just only having one debonder or one bonder makes things too unwieldy, and you need to do a lot of maneuvering to get the right bonds, though. But this isn't one of those puzzles.
Haxton's notes say, bad first try.
I don't know, it made top 50.
Yeah, but the chat is not having a good time with big names being in 43rd place. Anyway, in 42nd place, And that's my script crashing.
Ah, shit.
Don't worry, I'll bring it right back up.
Why does it do that?
Dunno.
I'll try to fix that for you before next week.
Well, anyway, here's the solution. Once the script comes back up, we'll figure out who it's from. This is Nitro's solution.
I'm loving the interleaving between like known names in the community and just new submitters.
Yep. Nitro's notes say Quandale Dingle Ass. I don't know what that has anything to do with this solution, but you know, there you go. These pistons could almost share a track, but they don't need to.
In this community, we usually call that a track of the It's weird how the overlay is showing the wrong one, though.
Yeah. There's an interesting switcheroo moment where the bulk of the snowflake goes up into the upper right, but then a single water atom is passed over from one piston to the other to get to the center hole. Yeah. I'm gonna move on to the next solution. Hopefully that'll fix the overlay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it didn't quite. We'll work with it. Here's Murakonda, number 41.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of alternating good players, old players and new players, oh boy. Also, oh boy, this is 2D Bonders in an interesting orientation. We haven't seen this before.
Well, they do seem to work.
I want to show them. Funny enough, this is the debonder layout for my for my playtest solution, I believe. I had a 26 area solution for my playtest, and this is basically the layout. I think I'm gonna have to go find it and cast it in this chat. It was an old version of the puzzle at 6 products, so it's not going to be accurate in the secondaries, but this looks very similar to my solution.
Yeah. Cleaning up the last few atoms for this solution is very satisfying.
Just all the outputs at the end. Yeah, the convenient part about this solve is that all the outputs are on the right side, so there's not really that much suppression needed to finish the outputting.
The notes say, final day, 2-hour effort. Feels like a min +1 with how easy this was to make.
Well, a lot of people have been claiming that 26 is min +1.
Hey, another script crash.
What error does it give you? Like, can you paste the full error the next time the script crashes?
The full error is segmentation fault, open parenthesis, core dumped, end parenthesis. That is the entire text of the error message.
Yeah, you're using the one I sent you, right?
Yes, I am.
Alright. Now I'll try to figure it out.
Anyway, here's high 30s solution.
Whoa, 3 pistons? How does Python even sec fault? I need to look that up.
High 30 says, well, that was fun. Probably min area, but we all know this is going to get 10th or something like that. Happy with the pivots I found. Not really sure how some of these things are not donking, but it's alright. Thanks for reading this out, and as a reminder, you've just lost the game. High 30.
Thanks.
Yeah. Arm 3 is just for moving things in this direction here. / direction. Indeed, the Critelli is used. We are now below 500 cycles on this with buggy code. There are no notes, so let's just watch this thing. It has the 2 acute debonders strategy to get rid of an atom quickly. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna go back and show that.
It just debonds a whole stick off. What?
Yeah, this isn't a this snowflake is bisected, but this stick here is not a complete output. It has to be debonded some more.
I have not seen that stick intermediary in any of these solutions. That's interesting. It's a really clean way to debond the stick too.
The rest of it is handled pretty smartly.
Dark mixing to prove the power of pistons. I solved this molecule in half.
True that. Okay. I'm getting the script back up, but you can watch the next solution while that's happening. Yep, there's the script again.
I looked up the possible reasons for segmentation fault on Linux, and one of them is running out of RAM. Is that a problem you might have?
I have 16 gigabytes, that might be it. But yeah, this is Psi looks away. Let me see if I can get this thing working. Okay, this is yeah. That's the overlay being fixed. So this is how sight looks away does it. 3 pistons again.
3 pistons and 3 track. That's like... 5 area dedicated to mechanics, wow. One Devander proves why it's very useful once again. Yeah, water there to suppress the input until the very end.
This hex is out of the way of everything, so it doesn't it doesn't interfere with it, with any more of the manipulation going on this side.
Yeah.
Let's finish this snowflake and move on.
Seven and 48.
Here's Spectria.
Extra limit. On the Discord, I believe.
Spectria has notes in the form of like an Instagram poem. This is just to say, I have taken the snowflake that was in the icebox, and which you were probably saving to admire. Forgive me, it was beautiful. So fun to disassemble into its constituent atoms in a tightly enclosed space. And so cold.
Seems like we're getting to all the 3-arm solves for 26 area. 3 arms is do be faster than 2 arms. It's more arms to maneuver everything at the same time.
There are a few hard and fast rules for secondary optimization in area, but more arms is more better is kind of one of them.
Yeah, usually the difference between AC and AG is that AG has less arms.
Here's random name 7190. AC is quite possibly my worst and least favorite metric. Minimizing area is fine, actually quite fun. Making the machine go fast in that footprint? No thanks. On the bright side, I get to make armor class jokes, which has to count for something.
What's your AC, everyone? I play a rogue and my AC is shit. What's your D&D character's ACs?
The track river here is really pulling its weight.
Is it actually track rivering? Oh, it is actually track rivering. Let's go.
There are some surprisingly big swings going on here. Let me pause on one of them when I get there. Arm 1 is about to do a big swing like that. Doesn't take up any extra area. It's very
Swings
nice.
like that in area are always impressive. They're most difficult to picture in your mind and simulate to see if it does take up any more area, especially if it's very far into the solution. Oh boy.
This
No,
is
nobody's glad to see this name in 35th.
yeah. So Pentapig is a notorious first place finish farmer. So it's weird to see him in 35th. The notes say, decided I am going to participate 24 hours before the deadline. The puzzles are just too good. This seems decent, but it's the first layout I found.
You know what? That makes a lot more sense.
Vandalite is asking, what's a track river? Tracks are...
river is...
So,
you can explain it.
yeah, so on the track you would normally expect this arm to be able to move all the way down this track, and this arm to be able to move all the way along this track. The thing is, you can actually merge the tracks together, and now they have even more freedom. A track river, we call it a track river when a hex can be reached by more than one arm. Unless the track forms a loop, then it's a track loop, which is a qualitatively different thing. Anyway, let's go back to seeing how Pentapig did this. So after peeling off the first two single atoms, this bond has already been taken care of. So stoichiometrically, you can't just peel off another. Well, you can, but that's not what Pentapig decides to do. The next peel that happens, it gets this two atom output done without any additional fuss. Also, cool pivot. I'm going to move on. Here's Golden Boy with his claim of mediocre solution. There are no notes, just pistons.
I mean, it's apparently above me. New name alert. The stream went black. Did you accidentally switch to another scene?
I pressed a button that said screen capture, and then when I pressed the button that said Opus, it went back to actually showing the solution. Now I know not to press that button.
Interesting. That was a short ad break. Today's stream is sponsored by V. Critelli. Critellios.
Part of this optimal breakfast.
It's burrito optimal. Actually, not burritos. It's not worse than all the competition in any way.
Thank you, Golden Boy, for giving us something to riff over something riff about something unrelated over.
by merely saying mediocre solution. Actually, no, it was the admin that gave us the riff.
Okay. But this time the input suppression, it looks like Golden Boy didn't even have to think about it. He just made it work without having to set anything aside. Just the last few atoms were suppressing while they were there. There was never any need to go out of his way to do any of it.
Yeah, as we get to the lower cycle submissions, that's what it's going to seem like. I'm sure there's a lot of considerations when you're actually solving the puzzle, but what it looks like is just, wow, it just works. It's like looking at a sum solve.
33rd place, Sergey D.
We are very much alternating known big name and new player and known big name. Hi, Sergey D. Defending champion from 2025 and 33rd. Yep. Well, good thing about this tournament, your worst 2 weeks are removed.
Mm-hmm.
A new name right in between two champions, Sergey D and Pentapeg with Golden Boy in between.
This must be encouraging for the new players.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I know not all of you are up here. After all, there were a lot of submissions, but the big names struggle with the puzzles too.
Yeah, I'm sure there are actually some big names that haven't even made top 50.
Thank you for.
If every week is your worst, then 2 will be chosen.
Yeah. Thank you for submitting, Sergey D. I'm going to move on. Crazy Bot. So we are slowly whittling down the cycle count.
We're on a track river once again, but this one's a smaller one. It's a 3 hex track river.
Yep, and with the acute debonder style. So there's some interesting geometry going on here. I'm going to move ahead to where it happens. Okay, so this formation here, there's a lot to move around. Let's see if it can be done efficiently. And it is. This water's taking over. This has a length to swing out of this pocket that looks like it might be tricky. It's just not. You do that particular swing, and while Arm 2 heads over to clean up this tringle, Arm 1 deals with the lone air atom. Water placed over here for input suppression reasons, and finally outputted. There you go.
What Dave Lightning's do is just a bit that's been going on in the channels. Don't worry too much about it. It's also a reference to a different meme that exists.
I think it was a Tumblr post, I think.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting order of bonds being removed. Like this is pretty. The air atom there is pretty standard at this point, but check this out. Check this out. It's branching at this salt atom. So now what do? You do that apparently. One feature of well-optimized AC solves is that when you are transporting an atom around from point A to point B, sometimes you can just do a bond or a debond along the way. The rest of this snowflake was taken along for the ride in the process of outputting this air atom. Okay. I've missed a couple of notes. I'm sorry. Sir GD.
Don't worry, I missed them too.
Yeah, Sir GD had mentioned that less is probably possible. IDK, I didn't manage to get the spin working. This is as fast as it has 3 pistons. CrazyBot, meanwhile, said, I come into this tournament with one purpose, to defeat Jamu, and also have fun, I guess. 25 area layout. With 25 area layout just out of reach for me. I do not know.
I'll let you finish.
I do not know if Jamu's in top 50. CrazyPod mentioned 25 area layout just out of reach. Optimized as best as I could for cycles. Please let it be enough. Seems kind of up there. Gooey, meanwhile...
Not at 25 yet.
Yeah, Gooey, meanwhile, does not have notes. Okay. Closing a bunch of stuff seems to have stabilized the script, so maybe that was my fault for having like file explorers and stuff in the background for setup. Anyway, this is MK Tess. We're back down to only 2 pistons now. They're on a track river. Acute debonding. Let's see what makes it work.
I'm surprised that the 2 debonder solutions and 1 debonder solution just don't evenly spread throughout.
Mm-hmm. The second piston makes a lot of difference. The third might not. Anyway, MK Tessa's notes. This is the best I could find. I feel like there might be a 25 area solution with a better layout. If someone does manage the 25 area, you are monsters. Compliment. I tried for a single arm approach, but the molecule is just too big to reach everything needed. And I think 2 debonding lifts are needed due to the 60-degree angles. All in all, I am quite happy with this solution after 5 iterations. There's a pretty fast unrolling style to this that seems to account for why it's so high up here. Satisfying to watch. Okay, we have our first 25 area solution.
Oh, speak of the devil. Where does 25 start?
Starts at 709 cycles.
Ebanava, boy, another big name.
So,
it begins.
the notes say
25 area.
Arm 2's location comes for free from pivot swing space, and in turn unlocks the elemental water output to use for the other pivot swing space. It had a few things to do outside moving water until I found the pivot on cycle 67 that allows detaching the stabilized air on left debonder and storing the water atom in less awkward places.
The first thing to discuss, how does the save area? I think it's just, Critelli isn't used, right?
That is an untouched Krytelli.
Yeah, so like it just keeps everything in the footprint much more nicely.
Mm-hmm.
It's a better pivot, and they found a better pivot.
There are only so many ways you can tumble around the snowflake.
Yeah.
But there is a way to do it that gives you 25 area.
There probably is for 24 as well, at least for just the tumbling.
'28th place, Mikulius. 1 piston, let's go.
1 piston. Well, somebody just been asking if 1 debonder is possible in 25A. Well, look there.
Yep. That's how you do it. This is a very stylish unrolling method. Brother Mojo points out, 1 piston, 1 debonder, still not the slowest at this area. Mikulius knows what's up. Also, Mikulius is kind of a we have seen Mikulius's name, but I don't think it's appreciated that Mikulius is low-key becoming good at this.
Mikulius is a Chinese player, if I'm recalling correctly. These Chinese players are cracked, I tell you.
Yeah. Matter Monkeys says the most crucial part is what you do at the beginning when the molecule is massive. If you can get the whole thing moving around in a footprint, it only gets easier as you take pieces off. So,
I mean, lots of people, we've talked about last move a lot in other areas solves, and this one, it's the exact opposite. The first move is the most important.
because it's an area puzzle in reverse.
Yeah. Cycles are dropping too fast for comfort. It's like, I don't know, 10 cycles difference?
Yeah, this is a 10 cycle difference. You have Spec
Exactly
98.
10 cycles. Spec 98. Back
Okay.
to 2 bonders.
3 atom stick. Stick detected.
Somebody's mentioning in the chat that the forward-thinking method of this the forward-thinking strategy being viable for this puzzle probably made it easier for a lot of new players.
I'm glad the new players found this a good introduction to area.
Yeah.
None of the other area puzzles are like this, sadly. Although at least one experienced area player was saying this is not an area puzzle.
Hey, we do have electric separation. That's sort of similar, right?
Yes, in the sense that a bird is sort of a jet plane.
If you want to find out what that means, go check out electric separation area. It's a thing, all right.
Let's take care of this last molecule. There we go.
Does that
There-
sound like a shadow close
yeah.
to it? It absolutely does.
Yeah, there are no notes. This next solution has the same number of cycles, but is cheaper. That's why the tertiary
Wow.
tiebreaker exists.
Wow.
Blue Cheetah.
New player, let's go.
So
65G.
Yeah, so this is another situation where Spec 98 is a beast of a player, and more or less tied with Spec 98 is who's Blue Cheetah? Well, someone who is slightly better than Spec 98 at this puzzle, apparently. The notes say shaved an area by using a track to let one arm do all the work. Yeah, just shave an area. No big deal. Sweet unrolling.
In chat. Hi, 26. Congratulations.
So even though this is only one piston, it's... So, in previous solutions, there have been a lot of moving around the rest of the molecule to get stuff out of the way. This is accomplishing a lot by just having by not needing to do that. Whenever the piston is grabbing something, it's never a naive repositioning. It's always I am debonding something or I am moving something to the output. I guess this is a bit of a naive repositioning, but it's also like so clean. I like it a lot. Thank you, Blue Cheetah.
Yeah, this is the whole regrabs are bad idea, and reduce the regrabs as much as possible. A lot of the solutions we've seen earlier has the output somewhere behind the intermediary, and that makes things slow because you have to move the intermediary out of the way. Everything's really direct here.
Okay, I'm gonna show this movement. You think it's just doing a debonding. No, the debonding is just a thing it does on the way to outputting. And now it can take care of these loose water atoms. Thank you, Blue Cheetah. That is a very satisfying movement.
And welcome to the community. We hope to see more from you.
Okay. That was a neat tertiary tie. Let's get rid of a whole bunch of cycles now with Sea or Sky.
601, 80 cycles. Two arms. We're back to two debonders.
Yeah.
And removing the
Yeah, two debonders and two pistons. Even with how efficient Blue Cheetah was with using just the one of everything, having two of everything means you can do two of everything. There were better ways of phrasing that, but that's the one you got.
Two arm better than one arm. Why use
Yes.
many words when little word do trick?
Rebix is starting to ask where the pile up is at.
Well, you know what they say about the Opus Magnum heuristics. Whenever someone says that, huge drop coming up.
Okay, moving right along. Another big name, Mr. Puzzle. If this isn't small enough, I'll hyperlink block.
Good job, Goodbye Galaxy. You beat your nemesis for this one.
The notes say... Hang on, I have to translate this. Okay,
You have to translate it.
I think it says, "My eyes are blinding stew, like sold for any metric at half price."
Thank you, Mr. Spectrum, Mr. Puzzle.
Yeah. My Deltarune is a little rusty, but I think I got that right.
I don't think anybody actually has their lines read out loud, but yep, good enough.
Okay. I mean, I can't do the voice clip, but yeah, it's not even whatever. Puzzle, not references. Puzzle. It seems like the general. Okay, hold on. Hey, Mr. Puzzle. What's this? How did you do this and still get to 24th place? How are you still fast when you did this?
To be fair, we are at the back of 25 area.
Yeah, fair enough, but...
3 intermediaries. 3 single atom intermediaries. Ah, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Puzzle.
I mean, that's one of the features of the 2 debonder solve is that you gotta debond a lot. It's possible that you just debond a lot of the, I would say, I'll call them the points first.
I'm just gonna move on. So previous solutions I have let the atoms be turned in, but I think these would want it this way.
The tips.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. The snowflake tips. Thanks, Goodbye Galaxy. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Okay, another 12 cycles or so removed. A great jelly singularity. The notes say, I don't think 24 area is possible. There's probably a faster way to sequence this layout, but I'm fairly confident this is one of the minimum area layouts. You mostly just need access to too many hexes, and that requires 2 arms. I really hope someone pulls off 24 area.
Well, we'll see about that.
Here's a pivot that I like. I think we've seen it in a couple of other places, but this gets rid of both of the bonds to peel off a stabilized water all at once. It's very nice.
Yeah, with this layout in particular.
And funny wiggle to get that stabilized water to where it was supposed to go anyway.
Mr. Puzzle did that too. We were too concerned about the 3 individual atoms that we didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
I great jelly singularity is your solve.
Funny wiggle.
That wiggle is there to like dodge a collision, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on. Mad Master 5000. The notes say these arms are just co-workers. They don't think about each other outside work.
That's a reference to the TI solution notes. We'll get to those.
Yes.
This layout is great. It looks so symmetrical.
I'm not sure how this one saves cycles compared to previous ones, but it does. I think it might be this bit at the end when it's taking care of this 5 atom chunk. Look at how like smoothly it disassembles and also moves everything to where it's supposed to go. Arm 2 does not have to wait on Atom 1. It's good. We are also seeing more.
It's good.
more pile up of single atom outputs. Maybe I was a bit too. I wouldn't say harsh with
Mr. Puzzle.
Yeah, harsh with Mr. Puzzle.
I think that's just a natural result of this layout in particular, where you have the acute debonders.
Yeah, because nothing can reach this hex here. So this has to be a two.
Debond a single atom.
Yes, this has to be a 2-atom input. So you just have to store the 2 tips.
But as we have seen, 2 debonder layouts isn't the only option at 25 area.
Now we have Whoosh Bush. Another 12 cycles or so saved. This is
period.
Yeah. This is also using the tips method, but takes a different approach. This one atom that has to be stored off to the side, it's used for input suppression.
This one's I've seen this quite a bit. It's the one where it turns it into a diamond.
Yeah.
As opposed to just debonding the stabilized water off.
Dealing with the rhombus is a bit of a headache, so that's why it's not a huge improvement, but it is an improvement.
Also, have there been any notes, by the way?
Whoosh Bush has no notes here.
Okay.
Now for number 20, we have Brother Mojo, saving 6 cycles, so 1 cycle per snowflake. There are no notes. Tips method is popular. No storage of loose atoms this time. Interesting. So there's no storage, but moving them where they need to go takes a little time. So that's why it's only a one cycle per period improvement. Great work, Brother Mojo. Just going to confirm that Critelia is not used, and then we're going to move on. Number 19, we have Jamu.
Jamu, looking down at Crazy Bot.
The notes say...
How's the view down there, Crazy Bot?
The notes say optimize cycles at 25 area. 24 area possible, a lot of effort required, not sure if I want to go for it. Title is quite a big gamble, I must say. Jamu can't stop. Jamu cannot stop winning. Also, there is this line, I think, in Tokipona. Tempo ni la mi moku ala eko walo moku. If anyone speaks Tokipona and knows what that means, cool. I don't.
I'm just gonna... Me, as a person who doesn't speak Tokipona, I'm gonna assume that means skill issue.
Let's see the solution. Okay. 2 tips. Some time... Interesting, it really looks like it's taking its time. How's this faster?
That's interesting.
Well, it's working.
The whole thick off.
Well, I don't quite understand why it's faster, but it is. It is a pretty...
It's clean. The ending sequence feels a lot more cleaner than all the previous songs. Before, the atoms kind of had... some of the reagents were the other way around, and they had to go through each other. Well, some of the outputs. But this one, everything just is already in the right position after they're debonded. Well, right side of the product after they're debonded is how I would describe it.
Awesome. Now we have Love Math Boy.
New player alert, new player alert.
The notes say, first opened this game under 2 weeks ago, so I think this is genuinely a good submission considering the inexperience. Can't wait to see all the 24 area or even 23 solutions that I lose to.
Genuinely good in general, not just for a new player.
Again, the phenomenon of really experienced players who know what they're doing and have dealt with these monster puzzles a million times before, just getting absolutely T-posed on by a guy who first opened the game in February.
Oh, is this also a person that you and Mora brought in randomly? Your friends are nerds. First opened the game in March. Ah, yes.
Seeing a lot of the ideas in previous solutions just put together more economically. I love this.
Yeah.
We're gonna drop a few more cycles than we usually do. There are no notes.
Nobody likes hearing that. Nobody
From-
likes hearing that. Oh, where did the track go? Why is this better? Where's the track? What the fuck?
It can just reach everything. It's fine. It's literally fine.
I like how symmetrical this is. It looks like a diamond. Not the Rompus diamond, like a gem diamond.
Yep. Crash Bandicoot gem. Thank you for showing us this, Smrekish. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably not pronouncing that.
Shrekish? I have no idea.
Okay. Smrekish had a note. It was just an emoji of a snowflake. Brevity is the soul of wit, I suppose. Okay, another big-ish drop.
Speaks for itself. Big-ish drop again?
Yeah. The stew that makes you see. The notes say, I'll keep it brief, super impressive puzzle on both metrics, what a great start to the tourney. The first pivot only added +1 area, but it's always possible I overlooked something. More ideas with more economization of the tips idea. The ending sequence is clean. The beginning sequence is clean. Input suppression is done without having to go out of Spade's way to do it. It's just great. Chat is having some trouble watching the stream.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of trouble as well. Probably just let it sit for a bit.
I'm going to let it sit on the victory screen. I pressed tab twice instead of once. We'll let it sit here. And move on. See if it works.
Lags whenever a Kazan hits F9. That would somewhat make sense.
Maybe. Okay, chat, I'm gonna move my cursor in a circle. Is it lag mode?
Wow, all I see right now is shadow cluster min area copy. Shadow cluster.
Okay.
That's quite the reveal.
Okay, chat. I understand that we're in super lag
Oh,
mode.
is it working?
Okay, I don't know how to deal with lag. I just don't.
Do you have anything else that's still open?
Let's see.
Actually, are you recording the stream locally?
I think so.
It might be worth stopping that. And we'll just use the Twitch bot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Smooth now.
Yeah, that fixed it.
Fixed it somehow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Cool,
because it was probably using up way too much CPU or GPU, whatever, to encode the recording. So we'll just have to use the Twitch bot.
Yeah, I didn't actually stop it. I'm not super familiar with OBS, but I closed a few more things in the background. I think I've closed everything now. Okay. So this is how Shadow Cluster does it. For all the new players, Shadow Cluster is the area guy.
Apparently not for this puzzle. Somebody mentioned in the chat that they think them saying this isn't an area puzzle is copium.
Yeah. That being said, Shadow Cluster has admitted on a few occasions that he is out of practice. So you might not be seeing peak Shadow Cluster, but even Shadow Cluster out of practice is in the top 10% of all players for this extremely competitive puzzle. And
yeah,
you
we are in top 10%.
Yeah, and you can see why.
Goodbye Galaxy saying they have an identical layout except they just do the last hourglass faster. Which is insane because that already looks super fast.
So we have a tie for 13th place between Goodbye Galaxy and John John.
Oh boy. There's the ties.
Yeah, this one is
Lots of people have been protecting it.
Yeah, this one is Goodbye Galaxies. We'll see John John's shortly afterwards. I see what Goodbye Galaxy means by disassembly of the last 5 atoms more economically. Check this out.
I love that last swing.
And I'm gonna go ahead and see John John's version.
Is it gonna be significantly different? Watch it be an entirely different layout.
Okay. There are no notes for either of these or for Shadow Cluster's submission. The layout is
Galaxy no notes.
yeah. The layout
It's
is
identical.
the same,
Yeah, just rotate it.
and I think this is even like the same ending sequence at the end. It's
That would make sense. It'd be more surprising if it were a different layout entirely. Everyone is doing tips these days.
It's going to be tips all the way down. Okay, we are saving 8 more cycles with Calyuresis. So I think we're now at the point where the best players in the game can stop coping and seething by seeing themselves this far down, because they are not this far down. This is 12th place.
Yeah. And keep in mind, 12th place is like if you consider how many people are submitting, 12th place is more like 4th. You know what? We haven't seen Biggie yet.
And insert Biggie area main joke here. Yeah. For those not in the know, Biggie is good at a lot of metrics, mostly cycles, but also kind of everything. The reason Biggie,
I personally like to say Biggie is good at the innovation metric.
yeah. Anyway, Calyuresis doing a fantastic job. A simultaneous output into the victory screen. That is tasteful.
Anyways, the reason Biggie area main is a joke now is that she performed okay once, and now everybody's calling her an area main.
The reason Biggie has done well in area is because historically nobody does area. It's a little different this year.
Biggie. Yeah. 154 people did area. It was Zorflex's fault. Everybody throw tomatoes at Zorflex. That's what we're doing now.
Sockboy saves another cycle per snowflake, and
yes,
yay, Critelli.
True. Not just that, the return of the Cinco de Bonder. And the Track River. Is that a double slide to start off? I guess that's a thing you can do.
We're unrolling the snowflake again.
Cinco de Bonder Track River, yeah.
Sockboy says, is 24 really impossible? I stare at the hexes. It feels so close, but I finally convinced myself it can't be done. For the 5th time. Maybe like this? 6th time.
I love this layout.
Let's go to the top 10.
It's interesting. Top 10. Drum roll, please.
BTSP.
BTSP. Is BTSP a new player? I feel like I've seen them around.
This is not correct.
Yeah, that's not BTSP solved.
What's going on here?
new players in the chat going, no fucking way, I'm top 10.
See, this is not the right one.
It's the Clockwork Orange. Yeah, okay, there we go. So, we're back to Cinco de Mayo songs, it seems.
We sure are.
And here's another one of them.
Are we done with tips? We might be done with tips. I don't know. I didn't look at all of these. Vilfuck says we are in another lag spike.
I think this one is gonna fix itself soon-ish, I hope. I think it's the lots of solution swapping that's been lagging it.
Maybe.
But yeah, this is... Even though it looks different, it's thematically and quite similar to the previous solve. It does the double slide down and then starts disassembling, and it's a similar method.
Yeah. So we were in tips area, now we are in double slide to single debonder era. Nitro says that 1 debonder and 4 track tiles in 25 areas is crazy.
Well, you do... A lot of the space is just swing space.
Okay. Xanic is suggesting rebooting the script.
Well, Zorflax is suggesting it.
Oh, yeah.
You just close it, reopen it.
I shall do so. Terminal is taking its time. Let me just give you something pretty to look at by pressing the go button.
In slow mode.
Okay. Script is back. Oh, we lost the previous submitters, but I think we're just going to have to deal with that.
If you want to load them back, you can select all the previous solves and press F11.
Then I shall do so. Hey. Okay. Biggie's solution is an improvement by 1 cycle. So it takes the same amount of time per molecule to disassemble, but the last output happens one step earlier during that loop. The notes say 63 cycle loop, maybe could be faster if I use more than 25 area. Seems like we are converging on this unrolling method, cutting off one arm of the snowflake at a time. Seems like the story might have been the best way to do it.
I originally came up with this for TI, but I'm going to use it here as well. I'm going to call it the Jocelyn method. Removing each arm one by one.
Yeah. Biggie takes care of the the last two arms in a slightly different way, though. I'm going to zoom back in on that. Instead of severing this middle bond, it's one of the bonds at the end. And that's how the last two arms are taken care of.
It doesn't even care about the last input spawning.
Going to move ahead to Matter Monkey.
There he is.
The reason I wanted to do area first is that it would be harder to comment on the subtle differences between all these solutions if I was doing it second. Whereas with trackless instructions, there's going to be a lot more to say.
Oh yeah.
Matter Monkey does sever the last two arms in a different way, but it's still the same bond.
This is a different arm layout, though.
Yeah.
They're on the track river now. Matter Monkey saying, I'd like to formally apologize for vocally wording whether I'm missing top 50.
The notes say I've spent.
Not even close.
The notes say I've spent a good deal of time moving around patches of equilibrium glyphs, trying to overlay them on one another to convince myself that 24 isn't possible, but I won't be surprised if I missed something. Reinin saves 12 more cycles. The first line of the notes is, I don't consider myself very good at area, comma. But this is a weird area puzzle. It's hard to reason about min. Doing a slide and pivot seems unavoidable to break the right things, or two slides maybe, but that is worse. Maybe you can shave one area off, but it's tricky. Access points are hard to come by. It's also surprisingly hard to shave off cycles, even though this one didn't take me very long. Fingers crossed. So Reinin is reasoning about the first step of the unbonding process that has been so critical to solutions in like the 20 to 30 range. And the method is paying off. Check this out. Also as a track river. It's like the previous solution, but just a little better. Matter Monkey points out the outputs are rearranged in different ways. To move on.
That's Weasel. New player alert! New player alert!
We are happy to see every new player at the top, and it seems like the new player names are getting funnier and funnier as we get to the top, which is great because then you can go literally who and have it pay off. Like, who is Desk Weasel, and why is Desk Weasel winning?
I love the mental imagery of a weasel on my desk. Chippy tapping at the keyboard, making me silly of disconnected solutions. Who is top 5? Who is probably top 5? tried to buy a new mouse, but I bought the wrong one. I bought a Weasel instead.
Okay. In
Your first message. There are no playtest solves over here. We don't. Nobody submitted playtest solves. It was a 25 area if you were curious. Because I think we solved for the 6 output version. Nobody bothered to update it.
So, Winter 1703. Very fitting name.
Dude, this is a snowflake.
So we are getting progressively more efficient in the locations of the outputs in the first steps of removing the snowflake arms. Got this nice way where the first one just gets pulled in, the next one gets rotated in, and here there's just a pivot to sever the elemental outputs, and then an extension to get the elemental air done. And the only output that Winter has to do any finagling for is the elemental water, which goes in the hole in the input. That is how Winter gets to number 5.
It goes in the input hole.
It sure does. Well done,
And imagine
Winter.
it goes even faster. Well, I mean, that's assuming there's everything below here is there's more 25 area solves.
Okay, so Winter 1703 says, "Look how there is only 6 no-op on the tape."
Oh hell yeah!
Yep.
That sounds
Here,
like
here,
efficiency to me.
Here. Probably my final submit for this week. Time to play some more Slay the Spire 2. I also missed
Slay 2 was amazing.
I also missed Dest Weasel's notes, which was to say I was stuck on 26 for a while, almost getting 25, so when I finally succeeded it felt like an even bigger, in this case smaller, achievement. Was it only possible if one of the single atom outputs is in the middle of the input?
I think we've seen 25 area solves that didn't do that.
Yeah. I mean, there is disequilibrium here. Anyway.
Yeah, it could. Well, I mean, it can't go there in this solution because there's no access, but it could.
So, in third place, we have a tertiary tie.
In third place.
Vermilion Dragon. So Vermilion Dragon does not immediately unbond this 2-atom stick. Rather, it's set off to the side, which is a bold thing to do this high up in the rankings. But it is paying off somehow. Also, Critelli used. Arm is parting a little. Dragon having fun with this, it seems. Okay, here's a cool maneuver that you're about to see. There are no notes. The solution speaks for itself, apparently. Anyway, the tertiary tie is with a tertiary tie. I mean, you'll see what I mean.
Wow, in third place, a tertiary tie in a tertiary tie. Hello, a tertiary tie. Okay, I gotta ask, Albatross, is this you? It is Albatross, let's go.
There are no
NCP Drew in the Twitch chat is a tertiary tie, by the way.
there are no notes. In writing, when you have a powerful moment, you can let it stand on its own and trust the reader to understand. Also with that swag output method. Anyway,
Doesn't even need a drop.
in second place, we drop 10 cost. There is no secondary improvement. There are also no notes.
This is Sparta, apparently.
The question about whether something needs to be in the input hole has been answered very clearly here.
Even though Rebix is regretting this fact and wish that he put it in the hole and added an extra track to ARM 2.
It seems like there really has been a convergence here, and it's just tiny decisions made in where the outputs go.
Zorflex is going crazy. Pretending might be there, it might just be under the equilibrium, who knows?
It's under the equilibrium. Let's see the best solution.
In first place, we have Zorflax.
There are notes for the best area solution that was submitted to this puzzle. Among 100,
This is the same solution but mirrored.
among 154 area solutions or thereabouts, you're seeing the winner.
Is that what he has written as in front of?
So the start of it is looking a lot like the previous ones. Let's see what Zorflex did that clinched the win. Also doing what Vermilion Dragon did, setting this off to the side, preparing it for that final swing to debonder and then swing back to output. I think the difference here is that the final two arms are prepared much like the original. The first two, such that arm 1 can do its really efficient 2-atom outputting methods again. Also check this. This helps with input suppression. Arm 1 doesn't have to do any extra maneuvering to get the second air atom. Is just already there. You can clean it up. And Arm 2 cleans up the input suppression water very well. The notes say the key question that led to this layout was, where should the outputs go? So important was this question that I was deleting tracks just to answer it. The small air output is a good example of this thinking. That bottom area looks perfect for a big output, except there's a chunk of snow that would be in the way early on, and the faster I output early, the sooner I debond everything. Now, is this min area? All I know is that alchemical jewel needs 25 hexes, and that puzzle actually gives you a center atom to pivot with.
I don't know if you actually pivot the center of alchemical jewel, though.
You definitely do.
You do?
At least in AC, you do. I mean, you used to not, but then I did a thing. Anyway, well done, Zorflax, and well done to everyone who submitted.
If you haven't seen yourself on the stream yet, don't worry. Tomorrow at the same time as when this stream started, maybe like half an hour later, we will do the over 50 stream. I am advertising the over 50 stream again. Also, hi Nomi.
Okay. I'm going to have a short break to get some water, and then I will do
sounds good to me.
The other metric. I'll leave this running.
The senior stream for over 50s, yeah. You know what? We should start calling. I've been calling it an appreciation stream. We should call it like the geriatric stream over 50. I was struggling with how to pronounce that word. So while Kaz's gonna go get some water, any predictions for TI? No, I want to hear your predictions. Here, let me ask you all a question. How many instructions do you think 50th place is? Also, how many 26A solves? I'll check for you. 26A goes all the way down to 59th place. So people are saying 14I, 15I, 18I, 25I, 15I, 13I. Wild numbers being put out here. Gecko predicts at least 2 pivots. 15I for 50, yes, someone's saying. Seems like everyone's converging around the 13 to 15 range. All the new players, like with their 30i solutions being like, holy shit, people are predicting I's in the 10s? Well, I mean, we haven't confirmed what 50th place is. This is all just people predicting, so we shall see.
Alright,
don't
chat.
understand how to optimize for instructions compared to area. Well, for that we will, I mean, the point of the appreciation stream I try is to like explain the thought process behind creating solutions that are optimized and going through the, the lower ones one by one to hopefully achieve that. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. I'll try to explain the metrics in more detail for beginners.
Okay, chat. You want to see some tracklist instructions?
Hey, Captain. Geriatric stream is tomorrow, yes. At the same time this stream started. Maybe later. Like half an hour after this stream started tomorrow. Team TI, everyone. 14 DI. That's what we're starting with.
Trackless instructions was very, very competitive. People love this metric. This is where we're starting. Yeah. 14 Ti, 190 cost, and a whole bunch of cycles. If your score is worse than this, you'll be shown on Bist's stream. Whatever we're calling it at this point.
To be fair, 15 Ti is 52nd. So, this is basically the start of 14 Ti.
Love Math Boy's notes say, horribly solution, but I'm out of time.
It is super. The amount of competition in this competition is crazy. So if you didn't make the top 50, don't feel bad about yourself. This is a hard game. And if we're starting off with a crazy solution here, what am I looking at?
So one problem you have to solve with trackless instructions is that you do not get any bonders. Once a bond is severed, it is gone for good. You can't stick anything together to make life easier for yourself in moving stuff around and let bonding, debonding logic do your job for you. And also, there's this huge input in the way. If your wheels get all the way back to it, it has to still be suppressed, or you're just gonna bonk. Love Math Boy has figured it out, though.
I've been categorizing the TI solutions while I was looking through them, and this is what I would categorize as a half solve. It deals with one half in one loop and sends the other half back to the beginning, and deals with the two halves just with the same instructions.
So in 49th place, we have a tertiary tie. It has no notes.
Quite a fall from grace. Goddamn.
So a thing.
And this solve is. Oh yeah, you go.
Yeah, so a thing you can do with large symmetrical inputs like this is to have a piston that does the spinny for you for 5 instructions. It's a motif that's common in like film crystal and stuff.
Yeah.
And once all that disassembly is done, it's delivered through this trimer into this hex arm. This only accepts one of the outputs, and the hex arm does the rest.
Now I mentioned Jocelyn method in the areas in the area portion of this stream, but this is very clearly a Jocelyn method where you're ripping off the arms one by one and then sending them off. This is probably the clearest example there can be. So there are a lot of solves that will be coming up that look similar to this, and I will be referring to those as Jocelyn methods from now on.
Okay. Broken Bad Guy is asking, how do your brains work this way? So a thing that happens in trackless instructions is you do not necessarily visualize the entirety of what's going to happen with all of your arms when you put them down. A lot of the time you can do a thing where you say, well, let's watch it keep going and see what it does. And then when it gets to a spot where it looks like you might have something interesting you can do with where it is, you try finagling it. That's vague, but it's just kind of a vibe you get after you do TI a bunch. Let's move on to the next solution.
Yeah, it's one of those metrics where it's kind of just based on vibes. It's like some.
Nathan F. improves the tertiary a bit. We also have the Piston of Justice.
Piston of Justice is a very common theme in 14.9.
I believe the tertiary improvement comes from this motif here. The hex arm that takes the two atom chunks away actually does most of the outputting. Nathan F says, if this isn't min instructions, I will eat one snowflake. Well, chop chop.
Is. Well, we don't know yet. It could be 14 Ti all the way down.
I've got a script crash, but that's okay, just reloading it. So I think this is a very similar idea to Nathan's solution.
Who is this? In 47th?
47th, we have Perseus.
Perseus, okay. Try pressing F10 again.
Yeah, we've got it. Okay, so I believe this is a very similar idea to Nathan F's solution, but the thing is, the first chunk that comes off is the air-water pair. That way, so this arm has to turn 4 times to get its water output. It's done first, so it has a bit of a head start. And that head start was not done in Nathan F's solution. So that's how Perseus got this tiny lead. Good observation there, Perseus. Going to move on ahead. Vilpuck says, armless instructions? Okay, sure. That's also a solution title. Similar idea. It is slower, but it uses 1 less debonder, so it works.
It's cheaper, so it's better.
Yeah.
A lot of pistons that extend and pivot. Yeah, that's the, what are we calling the piston of truth?
Piston of justice.
The piston of justice, yeah. We're gonna be seeing a lot of that piston of justice.
It's the piston of justice again, but with another debonder removed. Matter Monkey says, I spent much less time on TI than area. We'll see whether that's reflected in my placements. I think it might be.
Gonna see a lot of this general solve with minor tweaks. Yeah, especially at 14 Ti. This is the theme of 14 Ti currently. Once we get to 1 less Ti though, this method doesn't work as well. Because as you see, all the other arms are basically doing the minimum possible. They're doing 3 instructions.
Okay.
So you gotta innovate somewhere.
I just want to point out a subtlety for newer players who might not be used to thinking this way. So the thing is, Arm 1 has to re-grab at some point, but this snowflake is always here, except when Piston 2 extends. So you time Arm 1 so that it grabs now. Otherwise it would crash. People were complaining about the lack of a center atom in area, but it helps the piston of justice method. 42 Genius 42 uses the Piston of Justice, but it's slightly faster.
How is it slightly faster?
Sequencing this
looks
better, I think.
This looks basically identical.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Oh, this isn't working.
Yeah, I'm going to chalk up all these improvements to better sequencing of the outputs.
42 Genius 42 says this isn't his solve. This is still the
whoops.
previous solve. That's why it looks identical.
Why? What is going on with my? Okay, this is different. This is much different. Okay.
Okay. Well, it's still the Piston of Justice.
Right. Oh, look, we got a pivot. So.
Ooh, it's moving the pivot from the Piston of Justice onto the hex arm.
Yes.
One way to do it.
Okay. The notes say, not too much time this week, but a few points on the board. Having said that, I did go back and refine primary down by 10 instructions after totally removing 2 arms and letting glyphs do the work instead. Managed to reduce glyphs too, and cycles a little, and area a little, even though it is not a factor for the TI solves. Going to...
The hex arm pivots look cool. Oh, it's Blue Cheetah. Welcome back, Blue Cheetah.
And Blue Cheetah has a very interesting instruction tape on ARM 3. There's a lot of instructions.
Oh wow!
And they're in a funky order. So even though
this is someone who likes aligning their all their arms to start at the same time.
So even though the cycles are slower than 42 Genius 42s, the secondary is cost. So Blue Cheetah is coming out ahead. It is worth doing something funky, and putting two arms worth of instructions on one arm, because then you only have to pay for one arm.
Yeah. Also, arm 2 is pulling instead of pushing.
Yeah. Look at all this. This is so cool. Getting 43rd place with a Beyblade. Blue Cheetah says...
Oh yeah, the tri-arm is multitasking.
Blue Cheetah's notes say, Arm 3 has extra instruction to get air in reach of Arm 1. This saves some cost over a dedicated arm for air, but ended up being instructions neutral. I suspect it is possible to save a few instructions with a better layout, or at least some cost. Okay. 42nd place, Haxton. The notes say, local men, I'm sure. Actual men?
Oh.
So now the piston is also the delivery arm. Check this out. I'm just a bit entranced by this piston also being the delivery arm. It's just so cool. I'm going to move on. Okay. We are dropping an instruction.
Oh.
Avenged Ruler says, Arm 4 is some arcane bullshit that happened to work the first time I tried it without me thinking of it. I suspect 12 is probably possible somehow, but not with this setup. This cost feels very good for 13. Lower than 12 would be rough.
This is a half solve. Where did the Piston of Justice go?
It's gone.
It's gone. No more Piston of Justice. We're at 13 Ti now. This isn't the Piston of Justice domain anymore. This is what I like to call the half solves, where it splits the thing in half and lets like an arm 2 like this realign them. Arm 2 and 3 realign them.
Yeah.
So, the output debonding is the same, but, you just have to make sure that the both halves align somewhere in the pipeline.
So, Nancy B. Drew is saying that 14 Ti was expected to be more of a pile-up. Well, that's what you get. Sorry. There is another 14 Ti in 51st place, but not in 52nd. Anyway, thank you for showing your arcane bullshit ARM 4. Avenged Ruler. We appreciate it. TI is magic even to people who understand TI. Anyway, here's Rynan with another message. We have a piston again.
Oh?
Rynan says, time for my second tournament. I look forward to being demolished by everyone again. Yeah, I mean, not everyone, but you are in 40th place. I like the hex arm in this solve.
Demolished?
It saved one instruction off my first attempt, which matters a lot. But I really don't know how to do better without investing a lot of extra time into it, and I have less time this year than I did last year. Good luck, everyone. Yeah.
I think the improvement here is the pivot to arm 3 that curls the air and water back in together to debond it easily while grabbing the extra water.
Mm-hmm.
This is what this Piston of Justice solves does better than all the other Piston of Justice solves we saw at 14i.
Real.
Yeah, there's quite the variation in these solutions at the same amount of instructions.
That being...
So here we see Goodbye Galaxy with what looks like a similar solve.
Yep, but with one fewer debonder. There are no notes. GUI is asking what this instruction is doing here. From my experience in trackless instructions, the reason for why is this weird gap is because it crashes for some nonsense reason that is frustrating.
So you just pad it out until it's not frustrating anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what TI feels like.
The reset on...
This is a very similar solve.
So the reset on ARM 2. Yeah, you could write this out manually, but it was written as a reset instead.
True.
GUI is simply cringing about there being a reset.
Mm-hmm. And it was Mr. Puzzle I think is better than this. It evens out.
Here's GG Gull. With... Hold on.
What
Yeah.
are the debonders doing up there? What?
Because this is how ARM 1 rolls.
Okay.
There are no notes.
Yeah, this one's slow.
Yeah. Notice that it's suppressing the input so ARM 1 never gets any funny ideas.
It's also moving the intermediary out of the way before ARM 1 can grab it again.
Yeah, this is a interesting piston idea. It only has one rotation, so it's So it does all this slowly. But the secondary is cost, not cycles. So this is how you do it. Well done, GG Goal.
Josh saying this is a very Space Kim brain solve, and that makes sense. I know GG Go as a Space Kim player.
Okay. When you make it a bit faster, and by a bit I mean like a factor of 4, you get Crazy Bot's solution. So instead of having a piston do the unrolling, how about 2 hex arms?
Amazing. I have no idea how this achieves the same thing as the piston, but it sure does.
CrazyBot says, I called this slurp because that's what the first iteration kind of looked like it was doing. The second iteration doesn't anymore. I came so close to 11 Ti in so many ways. It just has to be possible. I don't know, is it?
Is it? We're at 37.
Well, 12 at least is. Ebanov.
Oh my god, that was the last 13 Ti?
That was. We're going straight to 12, baby.
This is looking a lot like, who was it, Saul? Zanuck saying that they'll eat one instruction if 11 is possible. We'll see about that. Anyways, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at?
Dear Opus Magnum players, explain what is going on in any of this and why I should play your stupid game.
Basically doing the same thing as that solve we saw in 50th, I think? Or is it 49? It's returning the half back to the start of the input. It's just doing it in a very roundabout way.
Just play some hex arms until it works, IDK. Ebanov says, make use of symmetry by having the snowflake rotated 9 times, which makes sense, and the other half end up in the same place.
Oh yeah, if you think about it, if you rotate it 9 times, it does end up that the other half is rotated an extra 180 degrees.
Okay. The equilibrium shows a shortcut to work out the geometry of these rotations fast. Each of equilibrium marks the handoff point, or in other words, the center of the snowflake, when the next arm grabs it. Since each of arm 1, 2, and 3 rotate the snowflake 3 times, their 2 handoff points are 3 rotations away, which can then mean that the arm base must be the middle point of their 2 handoff points. With that, I can derive arm 3's placement as I decide how arm 1 hands off to arm 2. So arms 1, 2, and 3 sort of behave like a gigantic 9 arm instead of independent hex arms. Now it makes a little more sense.
Yeah, a 9 arm, that sounds insane. That sounds like some hyperbolic insane nonsense, a 9 arm. Alright, we will be calling these the 9-arm solutions if it ever comes up again. We've seen it once, we've seen it again, we might see it once more.
This is not a 9-arm solution. Okay. Zanuck says, I would have liked making arm 2 a bi-arm so that I could have one of each. Alas. I was not able to find a layout with only 3 arms to even approach an 11. Feels like dividing the crystal into 2 equal halves and flipping one half to reuse the output arms is the sauce here, but I couldn't get anything working other than this. Frankly, I feel lucky that I was able to reuse arm 4 when arm 3 couldn't output 3 products.
This is halves again.
Yeah, and that's more of the principle of of you let the thing you were holding go too far on the wheel, but you just kind of let it keep going until it looks like it's doing something interesting. And that's what happened with Arm 3 over here. The stabilized water went too far, but then Arm 4 re-grabbed it, and then you just see if you can make Arm 4 do something interesting, which you did. But this output here.
The thing about TI optimization is you often want to think about how you can reuse arms, and the halves method is a very clear, glimpse into this approach.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you think, oh, I can reuse the output arms if I split it in half and not align the halves. So that's it. There it is.
Yeah.
I was pinged in the Opus Magnum server, and you go check what I was pinged for.
We're going to have a tertiary drop for Fendir. I too have been pinged. Whatever, I'll see what the ping.
I'll say check the ping later.
Same.
Well, you can check the ping later. I'm looking for it.
Okay. Let's see the solution. Fendir's notes say 3 hours is all I have. Fair enough. It's another halves. The halving is taken care of by 3 arms, and 2 of those arms do another thing. Neat. Okay, we're going to remove another debonder or so, I think. Yeah, there's still 4 arms, so it's... Well, no, one of these arms is a single arm instead of a multi-arm, so that seems to be the culprit. Anyway, that's how Gecko did the thing. The notes say...
Now with less debonders.
The notes say, woo, it feels good to be back. I hope this does well. On my 5th try, I got period 5 and 15 instructions, which is where I got the perfect solution name from. Then, unfortunately, I made it better. I figured out the 6 instruction end sauce, found it worked with a reagent half every 3 periods, then struggled with the geometry of the rest of it for far too long. After finding the 15 instruction, I thought, maybe the first half delivery arm can be cut, and the second half delivery arm can be increased to 4 instructions to make up for that rotation. Turns out I could just outright cut the arm and have one of the hex arms make up that rotation. Triumph for swag. Smiley faces. Discussion in the chat is about this period extender clock thing. It does not count as an instruction because it doesn't do anything.
It's basically a no-op being placed all the way out there.
Yeah, the only reason...
The same thing would happen if you put a reset instruction that doesn't actually need to reset.
Oh. Oops. So, Shino beats Gecko on tertiary. Let's see how it's done. Looks like by having period 4 instead of period 5. The notes say, first timer here, I played through the game a while back and recently found out about this tournament via YouTube. Much hype. I feel like I've read those notes before, just in different words.
I've read these notes before.
Yeah. Not to be discouraging, I've just been here for a while. Thank you for submitting. Going fast edges you out to 32nd place instead of 33rd or 34th. Reloading the script. I think I'll take care of some of these, and hope Opus Magnum doesn't crash too. That's not the right one.
Oh no. No, not that solution.
And the script crashed again. Oh well. Just keep reloading it until it works. Smiley face. Yeah. Chat is riffing on how we showed new break solution, or at least new break solution showed up in the overlay. Let's see if we can get this working. Okay. I'm gonna try to put the rest of these in the overlay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Everything's working again. Cuckoo 52 is a little faster than Shino. Let's see how it happened. It's not with going down to period 3, it's just taking care of... just having a snowflake drawn much more frequently. Also, peep the pivot arm. Got another Blinding Stew reference. Yum yum Blinding Stew. This time we actually have a secondary drop. Okay. The notes say snow blindness, photokeratitis is a painful temporary inability to see how to save more instructions, often caused by UV rays reflected off snow, ice, or elemental water. Real. Arm 3 has an interesting style.
You know what? Arm 3 is resetting. Who was it that was upset at the reset instruction again? I think it was Gooey.
Okay. Yeah. And a commenter in chat is saying, really didn't catch this 9-arm thing. Those solutions are unreadable to me. Can someone explain? It was what one of the solutions did, where it put 3 hex arms into a formation such that they sort of behaved like one big arm with 9 grippers rather than 3 separate arms with 6 grippers.
It's a method to rotate the intermediary 9 times so that the input is rotated 180 degrees when it returns to the input.
Yeah, Arm 3 is setting up half of the snowflake to be able to fed back into the Arm 2 machinery. It's nice.
This is sort of similar to the 9-arm solve, except it just doesn't use the 9-arm.
Yes,
it has Arm 3 handling things.
When you think about it, a lot of solves are like the 9-arm solve, but without the 9-arm.
Well, I just the fact that it returns it to the input, rotated 100 degrees.
Yeah.
That's the main.
That is the deal. Yes, that's the observation. Thank you. Okay, Winter 1703 says, updated with an area reduced version, although it does not matter. Any lower TI would require some magic, isn't it? So this is a lot like some of the 14 Ti or 13 Ti solutions, but when the piston of justice is done doing its thing, there is only one more arm that has to take over. It does all the outputting. It's very nice.
I can't believe we're seeing piston of justice again at 12 Ti.
We are.
Winter 1703 is saying, all those solves without piston of justice feels like magic to me. They do. Did it crash again?
Yep, reloading. It is called the Piston of Justice because it's funny, Petrovsky. Anyway, Mr. Royal Spade.
It's got the spade in it. That's a Mr. Royal Spade solution, alright.
The notes say, you can only get good at TI if you love TI. Quote, Grandmaster Bobby Fischer. I hate TI, I hate TI, I hate TI. Quote, World Champion Bobby Fischer.
Looks like the Piston of Justice solves are back on the menu.
Yes. Largely the same method as Winter 1703, but faster. Murakonda has a unique way of solving. Let's see. And this is Biarm? Ah, yeah, Biarm that does pivots, I think.
That looks like a piston in the middle, though. I see the piston.
Yeah. Okay, it's a Biarm because it catches this elemental air. Yeah, that's reusing stuff. That's good. That's a good idea. Murakonda writes, "The secret sauce, Biggie Mac piston from first place Film Crystal TI, 2012, week 4. Now repurposed for disassembly. Feels like 12 TI is min +1 with the annoying ARM1 single-use pivot. But knowing how this community works, it won't even be the right number of digits."
See people in a bench chat talking about, oh, how many digits is it gonna be?
Let's keep going. Panic saves a whole bunch of cost by only having 2 arms. I mean, one of them is a piston, but also saving on debonders and stuff.
Wow. And that is an empty-ass solution.
Okay, we gotta watch Piston too. What's it doing? What the Piston doing?
What that piston doing? It's
Panic says the extra.
It's one arm that. Oh, yeah, you go.
Panic says the extra grab drop pivot on the piston shouldn't be necessary with the right geometry, but this layout doesn't provide a whole lot of flexibility.
That's just one single piston to handle all of the outputting. Also, 2 of those snowflakes are never getting debonded. Those snowflakes have survived Jocelyn's destruction.
Almost 2,000 cycles, and it does not matter because it's cheapo.
Also, stream is lagging a lot again.
Okay. Then we're just going to leave it on this image of Dark Brick's solution. We're getting rid of another instruction.
I would imagine so after 100 cost.
Okay, chat, I'm going to wave my cursor around arm 3. You can tell me when it stops being bad.
I think you might have to relaunch the parser. That's what fixed it last time.
Okay. Here goes. Siri says it's fine now. Yay, yay, yay. There are no notes.
I think was memory leaking for some reason. I didn't even know Python could do that.
Okay. Oh, that's the wrong. Again. Wow. I mean, you're right, but wow.
Deck 98 with the 11 Ti solve. This is halves, right? It's looking like it's gonna be halved. No, is it?
It's unrolling.
It's taking a while. No, it's doing the Jocelyn method.
Yeah. Just
Arm 3 is a replacement for Piston of Justice.
Yeah. And Arm 1 is doing this fancy pivot thing because it allows the snowflakes to be fed in very slowly.
One extra instruction to only send it in every 2 loops around, every 12 inputs, every 12 period, yeah. Piston of Justice is little brother Hex Arm of Justice.
And here's Gooey.
It's gooey time.
So the Piston of Justice replacement method is back. I think that is just because a snowflake gets fed in every 6 tape loops instead of 12.
Yeah. But it does an extra pivot on the hexons in the middle, so the instruction count balances out.
Mm-hmm. That extra pivot allows all this outputting to work. Here we have Spiritual Shampoo tying Gooey with...
Oh no, oh boy. Oh, yeah.
Spiritual Shampoo is very funny.
It would be at the red position in the map.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those two are equilibriums to like spread the whole thing out, so which makes it really hard to find where the actual solution is. I think.
I mean, this is
Maybe.
this blew up here and in the map tooltip thing. Spiritual Shampoo. Cringe. There's no other word for it. It makes me cringe. It's embarrassing.
Cringe. Just let it solve. Anyways, next up, Sergi D at 10 Ti. Wow, we're dropping Ti again.
But seriously though, thank you, Spiritual Shampoo. Alright, I didn't read Gooey's notes. said 11i feels too high for a puzzle like this in the 2025 tournament. Taught me anything, it was that my gut feeling about missing a trick is usually correct. Congratulations to everyone who got 10 or less. Spiritual Shampoo said nothing. Sir GD says, I really want someone to get into the single-digit territory, but it feels like some serious wizardry is required to achieve such a feat. I expect a lot of convergence in solutions, given that there isn't much flexibility without bonders available.
Welcome to 10TI. Oh, do not go back to Spiritual Shampoo Solve Every Quarter gift. It will crash the game. I tried.
Very good use of the two locations of the pivot to do the disassembly here, Sir GD.
Yeah, this is a half solve. Now to 10TI, we're back to half solves.
A
More blinding stew.
Wait, I think this might just be. Okay, there we go.
Where's our flags? No tissues for you.
Ooh, check out this halves tech here.
Oh, it just grab, rotate, drop. No, arc 3. Arc 3 is grab, rotate, drop, rotate.
Biggie says,
Same.
no bonder, so we can't make a waste chain. 12 outputs, so we can't use half of 6 inputs and suppress forever. I guess we have to use something elegant. So I found the combination of 3 swings that manages to load up the small arm without any collision, and then made the arm that needed 4 instructions do 2 jobs to bring it to 10. Hope that's a good one. Seer Sky saves just a few cycles. No notes.
Then, within what looks like an entirely different solution, I guess it still halves though.
Yeah. Yeah, it is still halves. Just fancier pivot. Thank you for submitting, Seer Sky.
Into the grinder, the snowflake goes.
Okay. We drop 3 more cycles. Yay, yay, yay. Looks like a pretty similar idea, but with a different distribution of where the outputs are going.
These half solves are getting really efficient. Especially I like how arm 1 just passes us off to a different holding location for arm 2 and it just works like that.
Okay. Non-Happy says, I'm like 70% certain that I'll make it into the top 50 with this. While there aren't any other puzzles like this in the leaderboards, creating a big circular product from 2 halves is a little like destroying one. No? And I can't find any examples of those below 10 instructions, thus a suspicion that I have hit min instructions. I think in theory you could drop to 9 by dealing with the 2 fragments separately, but I haven't been able to actually propose a way to do that without pushing instructions to 11, with pivots as the hex arms don't grab enough of the original fragments, and aren't large enough to do an effective handoff, and deconstruction, and drop into solution twice. Anyway, I'm off to go solve the campaign for TI now. Toodles.
Matt?
So Zorflex saves a little bit of cost.
This one's for you, Bionic.
Yeah. Bionic is a...
If anyone doesn't know, Bionic is the host of the 2017 tournament that totally existed.
Yeah. According to the misinformation machine, that's... Yeah. At first, this puzzle... Zorflex writes, at first this puzzle appears to lend itself to many different debonding strategies a la Cooperite. The input breaks down neatly into halves, but not thirds or sixths. The key pivot I used to send both halves down the same pipeline proved invaluable for debonding and outputting. It's a pretty good solve, but it's not magic. The more I looked for magic, the more it became clear that there will be better solves out there. My idea for magic involved a tri-arm that grabs, pivots, drops, then rotates. It seemed extremely promising. If I do have to eat a tissue, I'm hoping that I have to eat 2 or 3 of them. Eating a
tissue, but it was only with Biggie, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and eating a tissue is... Look, I don't have time to explain. Okay. Shaving off some cycles. No big deal.
Is it a similar song? Looks similar to me.
BTSP says, so this might be the God solve. Optional explanation if this is a good solve, and it is, so I'm going to explain it. The crux of the problem is to figure out how to divide the reagent in half and insert it into the same processing pipeline. This can be done quite cleverly by placing the halves on 2 adjacent corners of an imaginary hexagon rotationally symmetric about the hexagon center, and using a bi-arm placed at the center to pick up 1 at a time, 1 per arm. I previously had a 4-arm solution doing just this. The true aha moment comes when one realizes we don't even need to place the halves to be rotationally symmetric about the imaginary hexagon center. The center arm can use any number of pivots to compensate for the difference in rotation. This allowed me to reduce the number of arms to 3. Going to let this run for a bit while the script calms itself down. Okay. We're going to save a whole bunch of cost with Rebix.
Oh boy. We were just mentioning in the veg chat that Rebix hasn't come up yet.
The notes say, perhaps the most useful of the Minecraft suspicious stews. Yeah, if you drink a Minecraft suspicious stew so suspicious stews you need a flour to make them. You can use a whole bunch of different kinds of flours, and all the different flours give you a different effect. I presume Azure Bluet will just make you blind.
Let me look it up.
The only one I actually remember is Allium, because it gives you fire resistance, and I'm really bad at the Nether. But yeah, we're talking about Opus Magnum.
Oh yeah, Azure Bluet sure does give you blindness. Silex away in 14. Still at 10 Ti.
Mm-hmm. The notes say, the arm whose only purpose is to grab water is a bit ugly, and it would be nice if the 2 consecutive rotates could be separated into different periods. This is that arm that only grabs water. Very nice Jocelyn method disassembly here.
That sure is an interesting way to do the Jocelyn method. How many... If we were going to describe this as similarly to the 9-arm solves, how many arms is this?
2, 3, 4,
like
5,
7?
6. Yeah, I think this is a
5.
This is a 7-arm solution. Man, the terminology is going to confuse people so much, but it's
either 5. It's an offset by 1, so I don't know if it's 5 or 7.
There are no notes. Just quality.
All these people at 10 are really hoping that a 9 exists.
Man,
I like arm 1. It's literally just sitting there doing a pivot.
this is so cool. I like this.
Yeah. It's insane how many ways you can do the same, same D-bonds with with this limited amount of instructions. That single arm doing the pivot though, I love that one. We are getting to the territory of TI solves where we just stare at them and go, wow.
Yeah.
That's how TI goes. It doesn't help that it's 2 a.m., 1:30 a.m., and I am sleepy.
Yeah, I was looking forward to showing off this one.
Oh, Madmaster solve is great.
Okay. The notes say the piston arm is named Ashley, male, and the fixed arm is named Jess. They are best friends. They both work 2 jobs but still make time to support each other.
Damn, they could have been lesbians.
Very cheap.
This is entirely different from any of the TI solves we've seen today, with Baby Panic Solve being the most simple. This is Panic Solve compressed.
Yeah. I enjoy the way Madmaster thinks.
I do enjoy the way Madmaster thinks.
We're going to drop an instruction
Someone
now.
says in the chat, what the fuck is happening here? How? I agree. What the fuck is happening here? Also, drop an instruction.
Yeah.
The fabled single
That's
digit
not
solves. They're here. Who knew you could solve the puzzle with 3 grab, rotate, drops in the same direction?
Yep. This is where that geometry for 9 instructions was hiding.
It's halves. It works. That's it.
Just do the thing. The notes say, I was honestly speechless after seeing this solve run to completion. I spent about 8 hours trying to squeeze any optimization out of my 12 instruction solve that at first I thought was almost impossible to improve. The breakthroughs were having Arm 2 drop a reagent after its first grab to allow room for Arm 1 to continue rotating, and getting the exact ordering of the reagent drops on Arm 3 right. Arm 3's timing, where it drops the required reagents before grabbing the other half of the snowflake, is just so perfect and so enjoyable to watch. Yeah, Desk Weasel, this is not top 10 because we have so many submitters.
A new player did this. Yup. Yeah. Now, which pushes is someone I expect to do good in TI?
Yep. There's a few less debonders. That's why this one is ahead of Astanova.
Oh my god, it's back. The nine-arm solve, it's back.
There are no notes. Pentapig saves a little more.
And this is where we expect Pentafig to be.
The notes say the pseudo period is 17 tape loops. A normal arm version just barely fails. I'm curious whether someone found a way to fix that.
Oh boy.
Caring about the normal arm because that would have saved 10 cost. See if that mattered.
Pentapig said they made a mistake. He made a mistake in his notes. It's 18 tape loops, not 17. That makes a lot more sense. It's a 9-arm, but it's an 18-arm. Actually, no, it's just a 9-arm because it does the 2 halves. Nine arms at 9 TIs be winning. The non-arms at 9 TI be winning.
It keeps getting cheaper. So here's Sockboy's method.
But what do you know? It's halves again.
Sockboy says, surely 9 instructions is minimum, right? Right? Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. Leonard Nimoy, Civilization 4. I made a 4-arm solution and was pretty happy with 12 instructions, but 3 arms felt within reach. I'm not sure why exactly this layout works when so many others do not, but it does, and that's good enough for me. 1 or 2 of the debonders are only used on one leg of the solution, so maybe someone smarter could make this even more perfect.
If you need any proof that TI is just based on vibes, look at how everybody in the top 10 is describing their solutions. I have no idea how it works, but it does, and that's good by me.
Yeah. Gotta economize on those debonders and making single arms where you can. Up here. You can also just be slightly faster.
Bactria, there she is. She's been saying that her time's up. Ooh.
Spectria writes,
What is this?
some say the world will end in fire, some say in ice. From what I've tasted of a triplex, I'd hold with fire by way of reflex, but if I had to break bonds twice, I think I'd like both air and water, so I'll say in deconstruction's ire, fire's also great, but ice is fire.
I love these poems that Spectria Lumina is putting in her notes.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tri-arm method. A 6 minus 3 arm, they'll fucking say. It rotates it back by 3 rotations and then sends it back.
Yay!
I like that master's message in the chat. Pen, fire. And in 6th place, we have another new submitter.
Dropping a few more cycles.
Welcome to the tournament, Rosa.
Looks so simple.
And it's just another half solve. Look at this. Look at the simplicity.
Rosa has a lot of notes, but she says that they are mostly thinking out loud to convince herself not to optimize further. I will decline to read them in order to keep things moving along. It is late for Bist. We appreciate what you have created, Rosa. We will be saving a few more cycles. By a few, I mean 4.
4 cycles. That's the shapes we're making now. Another new player. And this is another half solve.
Leganeski writes, finding a layout that transferred the second snowflake half properly was difficult, as almost every possible arrangement crashes it into the bi-arm base. This one only barely avoids the crash, and I'm still shocked that it actually works. I think 9Ti is optimal unless it's possible to get a one-arm input suppression system that somehow lines up perfectly with the 4-atom splitter and doesn't crash the snowflake into its own base. However, I wouldn't be surprised if someone managed to save some cost by reusing more debonders than I did. Okay, we're going to keep moving along. We save 10 costs.
In Reese's, there he is.
Looks like a newish design.
This is a 9 armor 5 scene one, I think.
Yeah, it's 9 army. There are no notes.
Spinning in reverse.
Okay, we are now at the podium.
So is it...
We will be dropping 2 cycles.
Two cycles. That's the difference between 4th and 3rd.
Random Name has a lot to say, so I'm just going to read the notes. TI is such a fun metric. You spend hours throwing arms down and making them do silly dances that seem to accomplish nothing. Then suddenly there's a completed solve in front of you. At no point before this did it actually look like it would accomplish the puzzle. My immediate intuition for this puzzle, and the basis for the solution, was to pull apart half the molecule, then reset the other half to the start and pull it apart as well. I'd hoped this could be accomplished with 3 arms, but the more I worked on it, there didn't seem to be an arrangement that worked for this. Instead, just split the molecule down the middle at the beginning with the most cringe single-use debonders ever put into a cost secondary solve, and suddenly Arm 3 can move the second half of the snowflake to Arm 2 and output the water. As for further optimization, I'm expecting that a solution with only 7 to 8 instructions exists using 2 arms, but with 1 day remaining, I've yet to find one. The best I've got is a couple of designs for 7 instructions that would only work with arms that aren't allowed in game, such as Knight's Move or linked forearms or that, but as of yet I can't find anything that both functions and is actually allowed to exist. There's also a non-zero chance that someone comes around with a 6 instruction solution, but as far as I can find, any such solution wouldn't be able to rotate the input 3 times before resetting its position, meaning that any sensible design would need to somehow deconstruct different pieces each time and yet still output everything, which is outside the scope of things I'm willing to spend my time looking for. If that does happen, congrats on Black Magic. I've also made a bet with Moricon about this metric, so if her solve already showed up, haha, I win. If not, I hereby grant Mora permission to make fun of me publicly for being bad at TI. Well...
People are mentioning in the chat that this could save 4 cycles by switching to stabilized outputs, right?
I mean, could it?
Right? No, you don't actually have to show it. Okay, not here.
Okay.
I guess yeah.
And...
I guess the position had to be load bearing.
Yeah. We have a two-way tie for first place.
How many cycles does it shave?
6.
6.
So...
It really is that simple.
When Bist and I first saw this solution, we agreed on Brother Moto's assessment. Wow, that's it? That's just
Is
what
it
you...
really it really is that simple? And a state for... No, I think Brother Mojo made some tertiary or secondary improvements throughout the week. Or at least in the first few days.
But yeah, this is it.
After that, it's been sitting in first this whole time.
Fuyu has functionally the exact same solution, but with a hex arm instead of a bi arm. There were also no notes for this solution.
Crazy.
Same brain.
I got to do this for you. GG everyone. Also, and I'll be proceeding to post the scores on the spreadsheet.
Okay. I'm going to boot up the solutions showcase now. Actually, I also have to download it, hee hee.
Alright, spreadsheet is ready.
Something is funky with the showcase thing, so I think I'm just going to dump the entire contents of the showcase folder into... It's probably something I did with Linux paths or something. It's not yours. Okay. Okay. We won't have the overlay for this. We're just gonna do the thing.
Yeah, that works too.
Okay. This one is by Greenfield. I don't have doubts since I'm doing this without the script now, but I hope you'll forgive me for this. We're getting on there. Yep, this is how you would do it if you could stack stuff on top of each other. For new players, overlap is a glitch with enough depth that we have a dedicated glitch leaderboard for it, but you can't normally do this. If you do this and try to submit it to the website, it'll just tell you no.
Oh, I mean, it'll tell you that it's an overlap solve and send it to the overlap category, wouldn't it?
It says something like solution did not conform to restrictions.
Oh, to the Oh, you mean to this website?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the leaderboard. Yeah. It says does not conform to restrictions. Yeah, unless we remove those restrictions, which has happened before in the weeklies.
Okay. Conduits. This is also by Greenfield. So conduits are a thing you normally only see in production puzzles. This also has overlap, showing that if you can just teleport stuff around, you can get half of the outputs done, and then you use the conduits to teleport the other half back to where the first half is supposed to be, and you're done.
These overlap solves are silly. Wow, it's 4Ti, look at it.
OR. This is overlap, but rate, trying to output as fast as possible. This does have notes. It says overlap with a rate of 1, and I'd be surprised if it can go lower. I have this notes because I just now noticed that the notes are in separate TXT files, which, nice.
Yeah, they are.
The fact that we have 3 different overlap solutions in Showcase should explain why we have a whole glitch leaderboard for this brand of wackiness.
Yeah. People love their TI solves. They're jank, but it's a good kind of jank.
Okay. This one is by Series. Notes say, snowflakes. Beautiful things, one of nature's miracles. Truly, their gorgeous hexagonal symmetry reflects their atomic construction, the perfection of the micro shining through in the macro. Unfortunately, I have been tasked with disassembling such beauty to produce proper alchemical reagents. If I had my way, snowflakes would be proper alchemical reagents. That said, at least they're not just melting them first. I can get some usable air from the crystal form. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, that's why snowflakes fall more slowly than raindrops do. They have air atoms in them, which are naturally buoyant and want to remain in the heavens.
This fact has been fact-checked by real American patriots.
Ceres likes solving solutions in a bounded hexagon like this. See? Area footprint. Just a moment, my mouse is misbehaving. Okay, there we go. I'm going to save this one for last. Leganeski has this. My best attempt at a waste removal system, which takes 14 additional TI and has space for 11 waste products. Attempting to add the 12th waste causes a crash, but the 12th product has just been outputted 2 cycles earlier. As was mentioned in Biggie's notes, having 12 outputs means that it is hard to have waste because you need to store it somewhere. 3 hex arms will do the trick, but that's also 3 hex arms you have to pay instructions for. Snow Destruction by Thingy. So I thought that we'll consider only your best for each metric meant I could submit 1 for cost, 1 for cycles, etc., but that's not how it works, so whoopsies! I'm still proud of this though, so I'm submitting it anyways, uwu. That is how it works, Thingy. You submit 1 for trackless instructions and 1 for area. You can submit as many for either metric as you like. That being said, thank you for your showcase. This is what perhaps a more normal solution would look like for different metrics. Min rate by CrazyBot. The notes say solution speaks for itself.
You know what? When the rate is 1, that tends to happen.
This one is by Caluresis. Caluresis was onto something suspected to be better than 9 TI, but did not find it in the end. I for one cannot confirm whether or not this really would have worked.
For the people who don't notice what's wrong, there's a debonder below some of the outputs. And that's why this solution isn't actually illegal. It's below the stabilized water and air, I believe. that's an overlapped debonder right there. That's makes this solve illegal, but it is 7 Ti and it's very close to being legal.
Oh, and this is just the splash image. Okay. Here's the last one. It's by Dark Brick. There are no notes.
What? It's like I'm watching TV. Snowflakes.
So the solution name is watch what happens when I solve for a metric I don't know. This is one big Deltarune reference.
I see. I am not as fluent in Deltarune as you are.
So I saw this in OM Clone, and it seems like what's intended to happen is that the bi-arm on the right gets encased in the center of a snowflake. And then the tri-arm simply... The tri-arm simply gets up from the stage and leaves.
I see, this is a Snow Grape reference.
Yes. I'm sad that it doesn't quite work on my machine. Anyway, that was Snow Amputation.
Thank you all for coming to the stream. Thank you for sticking around for this long.
Yay!
Everyone, we did it. We finished.
You can go to events.critelli.technology to see week 2. It's a big stupid puzzle because the DLC of Opus Magnum, Day Raid Metallica, is also releasing this week. Therefore, I gave you a puzzle that's just fun and you don't have to think too hard about.
You don't have to think too hard about. Do you know this community?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Anyway, some people are going to do that anyway. That's why I did give the metrics some depth regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, go have fun day raying your Metallicas.
And tomorrow at the same time this stream started, we will be doing the Over 50 stream. Be sure to come by if you want to see yourself be talked about and you were not shown on the stream. Hopefully, hopefully it won't be too long.
Okay, I'm ending stream now. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah. Thank y'all for coming.